Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being patient. It is 10:14 a.m. and I call the September 11th, 2025 council meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Vang.
Present.
Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Thank you very much. First, we have the invocation, which will be led by Chief Chaplain Neisha King from VA Central California Healthcare System, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. If you please make your way forward. And we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Richardson.
Thank you so much, council members and guests. I hate to turn my back to you all, but I do welcome you to join me in prayer in your faith tradition as I pray in mine. Let us pray. Remembrance, we pause to honor the lives lost on September 11th, 2001, and the families that were forever changed. We honor the lives lost, the families who still grieve, and the first responders who bravely served. Grant us the strength to be instruments of peace in a world still marked by division and fear. May we find hope in the resilience of the human spirit and commit ourselves to building a future of justice, compassion, and unity. I ask your blessing upon this council as they lead with wisdom, compassion, and integrity, guide their decisions so that they may serve the people of Fresno with justice and peace. May this city be a place where every voice matters, where neighbors stand together, and where hope rises. On this day, may we be reminded of the power of community, the strength of faith, and the unshakable spirit that carries us forward. It's in Jesus' name that I pray. Amen.
Thank you all. Now, you may know that we are starting our meeting a little bit later. Typically, we start at 9 a.m. This day. We are starting at 10 because several of us, I'm grateful to the mayor and my colleagues who attended the California 9/11 Memorial out in Clovis. And I do believe it is the largest memorial to honor the victims of 9/11 west of the Mississippi, and it's right here in our backyard. I'm going to ask that a video that was produced by the U.S. Navy just to be shown, just to remind us about why we honor the 404 first responders from the police and fire departments, Port Authority, and EMS services and others who, when thousands were fleeing those burning buildings, they ran the other way into those buildings to save the lives of everyone that was trying to survive in that moment. And that act of terror was the worst act of terror we've seen in this country in this century, and we hope it never happens again. So if you wouldn't mind showing that video, thank you.
We have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
There's a huge pall of smoke coming from that direction.
Thank you very much. If we can all just please stand for a quick moment of silence.
We have
Thank you. Thank you all. Please be seated. On to council business today. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Certainly. First, a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom as well as ASL. We also have in-house Spanish interpretation, and those interpreters will let us know the services they can provide.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Haed. My colleague Jasmine and I are your in-house Spanish interpreters from Focus Interpreting. If you are in need of interpretation, you could find us towards the back of the auditorium where we have headsets available. We're more than happy to help. Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Haed. Mi colega Jasmine y yo somos de parte de Focus Interpreting. Somos sus intérpretes de español el día de hoy. Si usted necesita asistencia de interpretación en español, puede buscar hasta el fondo del auditorio donde nos encontrarán disponibles para ayudarles. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And on to changes to the agenda. And council members, the list has changed slightly since you received it. First up, I would like to announce we have a separately noticed closed session meeting to discuss the following two items. ID 25-1230, which is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D4, one potential case, and file ID 25-1231, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D1, City of Fresno versus County of Fresno, Fresno Superior Court, and those are the items on the separately noticed special meeting agenda. And for our main agenda, the items removed from that agenda include 2C, that is file ID 251179. That is approval of the First Amendment to the exclusive negotiating agreement with Fresno Chaffee Zoo. That was tabled to a future date by Council President Arias, or Vice President Arias, pardon. And then we have consent calendar item 2E, that is file ID 25-1171. That is approval of contract change order number 2 for a request from the prime contractor, West Valley Construction Company, Inc., to substitute the listed subcontractor. That item was removed from the agenda by staff. And we have consent calendar item 2N, that is file ID 25-1185, actions pertaining to the UBO City Copier Lease Agreement. That has been moved to the September 25th council meeting by staff. And we have a few items that were moved to the contested consent for further discussion. Those include 2F, file ID 25-1157, the resolution to adopt the 10th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. We have 2K, that is ID 25-1087, actions pertaining to repealing the 2022 California Fire Code and adopting the 2025 California Fire Code. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. We have 2T, that is file ID 25-916, the actions related to the service agreement with Pavarello House for mobile showers and restroom operations. That was moved to contested consent by Vice President Arias. And lastly, we have 2AA, that is file ID 25-1212, the resolution directing the administration to remove or refrain from imposing income requirements and income verification requirements for local housing trust fund, moved to contested consent by Council Member Maxwell. Those are all the changes I have received.
Okay, so the only change is that 2P is no longer contested, correct? Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? I'll start with Councilmember Perea.
Council President, I would just like to recuse myself from item 2O because QK, which is a consulting firm, is associated with this item, and they're a source of income for me, and so I'm going to recuse myself from item 2O.
Got it. Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Maxwell? No. Okay. Council Member Vang? No. Council Member Richardson? Council Member Esparza? Council Vice President? Okay, and I have none. So I will ask for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by the Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Vang. Any opposition? There being none, the agenda is passed 7-0. Thank you very much, folks. So we're going to start off with two ceremonial presentations today. The first is a proclamation for the 20th anniversary of LifeBridge Community Church, and I am the sponsor of that item. If I could have Pastor Foster and his family please join me up in the front. Okay, I'm honored to be up here along with the mayor to honor not only Pastor Foster, not only your church, but your family as well. First off, I'll start with the most important part. I always forget. I'm going to give you the proclamation so you have it. Oftentimes, these proclamations have very important words that recognize what someone does. I just want to share with you from the heart why I am so grateful to this church and especially to Pastor Foster and his family. When the pandemic was upon us, we really didn't have any information. Everything pretty much shut down, and you had a lot of folks that were looking to us for solutions, and we were still trying to figure things out. I mean, this is in the fog of all the confusion. And there was a church in Northwest Fresno that had their act together very fast. And what they were doing is, without asking you what your faith was, without asking you for any conditions, they had a drive-through, and they would offer you food and supplies that were so difficult to get because, of course, we were sheltered in place. And that was really the inspiration for our Safer program, which was resources we put together partnering with other organizations that were shut down because of the pandemic. And we ended up having a citywide program based on this effort. So I do say at times that government isn't the only solution. We have to rely on the private sector, and our faith-based organizations are a big part of that solution. And Pastor, you put your money where your mouth is, and you actually did step up, and you've done that many more times since then, but very specifically with this program, it just showed me the actual commitment you have when the cameras aren't on and no one's watching. Well, maybe one person's watching. But I'm truly grateful for the work you've done and the work you continue to do and the work that you inspire with your other, of course, the other churches in the area you do together. And of course, now we have the mayor.
Thank you, Council President. It is my honor to be able to stand here with Council President Carbasi and to recognize LifeBridge Church, Kevin Foster, your wife, and certainly your leadership here, members of your congregation, your family. You are an incredibly humble man. I've been to your church. I've watched you preach. I've watched you perform a funeral, a celebration of life. And one thing I have found about you, not only your humility, but your commitment and dedication, not only to Christ, but to our community. Whether it's here in Fresno or in Madera, you have done an incredible job. You have the Axe Foundation, which is something that we really are very, very fond of. The number of people that you have fed, the people that you have clothed, the people that you have ministered to. We know that you have an incredible reward in heaven when you get there, you and your wife. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. LifeBridge Church is something that we're very fond of in Fresno, and thank you. Thank you for serving alongside of us. Kevin?
It's an honor. Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much, Councilmember Carbasi. We appreciate that, and thank you so much to the people of LifeBridge Community Church. I often say that I'm just a messenger. I'm just the mouthpiece for everything that is going on through LifeBridge, all of the compassion work we've been able to do over the last 20 years of running to the brokenness. And I think we can all agree, reminded by the video that we just watched and the events of this past week, there's a lot of brokenness in our nation, in our state. and even in our own city. And we have been honored and privileged to run to the brokenness in this community to make a difference. I believe that when the local church is working right, when faith-based nonprofits are working right, it can literally change a community. And we look forward to the future. We look forward to the next 20 years and beyond of serving this great city alongside of you.
I do want to add one thing. When we get a lot of calls, the mayor and I, as council members, and sometimes you say, oh, great, this person's calling, and sometimes you say, oh, gosh, this person's calling. But when you call, you're never calling to ask for something. Just 2 weeks ago you did it, and you said, Mike, I read about this, can I pray for you? And we take a moment and we do that. And that just means a lot. That provides a lot of support, and I want to thank you for that. And I really appreciate the mayor for what he said. Everything he said is spot on. So if we can have the clerk read the proclamation in the record.
Gladly. Whereas LifeBridge Community Church was founded in 2005 by Pastor Kevin Foster with a vision to run to the brokenness, serving people spiritually, socially, and economically. And from its first Sunday service has been committed to meeting people where they are, both inside and outside church walls. And whereas over the past 20 years, LifeBridge has grown into a vibrant multicultural congregation of more than 500 weekly attendees, including a thriving Spanish language service, and even planted a new church 14 years ago that continues to thrive today. And whereas in 2022, LifeBridge launched the AXA Foundation, its nonprofit arm to expand outreach efforts, providing tangible assistance to thousands of Fresno residents, and each month through programs such as the monthly grocery giveaway, senior citizen home delivery, Convoy of Hope Distribution Center, and the CalAIM program. And whereas LifeBridge has also created spaces for community connection and support through the Buena Vista Event Center, which hosted 140 community-level events last year alone, offering an affordable and welcoming venue for schools, nonprofits, and local gatherings. And whereas throughout its history, LifeBridge has demonstrated compassion and resilience in times of crisis, responding to economic downturns, natural disasters, and public health emergencies with practical support, hope, and faith in action. And whereas it celebrates its 20th anniversary in 2025. LifeBridge Community Church is recognized not only for its faithful service and citywide impact, but for its lasting role and as a trusted partner and citywide impact and essential part of Fresno's social and spiritual fabric. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim and recognize LifeBridge Community Church on the occasion of its 20th anniversary, commending its unwavering commitment to service, faith, and community transformation. LifeBridge Community Church Day in the city of Fresno.
Next, we do have the proclamation for California's 175th anniversary of Statehood Day, and the sponsors are the Office of Mayor and City Manager.
Well, it is an incredible honor. We have Abigail Solis come on up here, Kimber Taylor, both of them representing the governor's office today in Fresno. We're so fortunate. I'm going to let you hold this. How's that? We're so fortunate to have them here, and Abigail and Kimber continually keep me updated on a weekly basis on things that are happening at the state level. So I just want to start off by saying thank you for that. But we're here today to be able to recognize California's 175th anniversary of statehood. Later on July 4th, we'll be recognizing the United States of America's 250th birthday. And so today we're presenting a proclamation to the state for the 175th anniversary. And I think many of us know the history of California. In January 24th, 1848, gold was discovered in the American River near Sacramento, and that is what launched the California Gold Rush. And with that, we had a lot of people that were pursuing prosperity by coming to California and moving here in droves. And it swelled our California population. Fortunately, we have a large state, but it did create its own set of challenges along the way. September 9th, 1850 is when California became the 31st state in the United States of America. So we're relatively young, quite frankly, as a state, 175 years old. And one of the things that I am so appreciative of in California is that from whether you go to the north or the south or to the east or the west, you can have an incredible diversity of landscape. We have hundreds of miles of beaches, which is what makes California one of the most attractive, if not the most attractive state in the nation. We have redwood trees with all of our national forests, with Yosemite and Kings Canyon and the like. We have the richest agricultural land in the world. And it's led right here by Fresno, in Fresno County, with an annual crop of about $8.6 billion in agriculture. We produce more ag than anyone else in the world right here in Fresno County. And we sometimes hear about how bad California is, just like sometimes we hear how bad Fresno is. And yes, we have our faults as a city and as a state, but there's got to be a reason why almost 40 million people choose to live here in California. We have the fourth largest economy in the world, not the nation, in the world, and we should be very, very proud of that. We also contributed in the fact that we have the very first community college anywhere in the state, in the nation, right here in Fresno City College. That was the first one. So, and we are a state of endurance. We have endured the drought. We've endured earthquakes. We have endured fires and floods. And here we are. We're still standing as a prosperous state of the nation. So I'm proud to be a Californian. I'm proud to be a Fresnan. And I know this council is as well. And we're very, very grateful for what the governor does for California and leading the way. And so with that, I'll give you the mic.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the council for taking time to make this proclamation and for celebrating California's 175th birthday anniversary with us. As the mayor so eloquently said, California has a diverse history, a lot of which we are proud of, some of which we are not, some that we can learn from, but definitely we know that in California we are the leader of innovation, of business, higher education, and of course, like you mentioned, agriculture. So Fresno has played an incredible role in the history of California, and I'm excited not only about your history, but about the future that the city has in front of you. And I just thank you for your partnership. The governor's office always looks forward to our meetings and our conversations with the city, and of course our projects and the work that we do together. So thank you for taking the time, and happy birthday, California.
All right. Clerk, if you would please read the proclamation.
Gladly. Whereas on January 24th, 1848, gold was discovered on the American River near Sacramento, which kicked off the California gold rush and led to a large influx of people. The discovery came on the heels of the war between the United States and Mexico, which led to the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which officially ended the war on February 2nd, 1848. And whereas the new arrivals swelled California's population, which saw Europeans join an already culturally diverse population comprised of Native American tribes that had long lived on the land, along with those of Mexican descent. And whereas on September 9th, 1850, now known as Admission Day, California became the United States' 31st state. And whereas, over the decades, California became synonymous with beaches, redwood trees, expansive deserts, beautiful vistas, Hollywood, and the richest agricultural land in the world. And whereas, today, California is home to more than 39 million people, it attracts millions of visitors annually and is the world's fourth largest economy, led by Fresno County. It is the nation's leading agricultural producer. And whereas contributions to California's success have come from across the state, including the city of Fresno, where the state's first community college, Fresno Junior College, now known as Fresno City College, was established in 1910. And whereas California has time and again shown its resilience using grit and determination to build a diverse society while surviving several major earthquakes, floods, droughts, and, as of late, wildfires. It is a state that celebrates its diversity and welcomes those who seek to make the California dream a reality. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, to be California's 175th anniversary of Statehood Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Mayor, for that proclamation. Next, we have council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick reminder that tonight I will be hosting a joint city-county town hall. This will be in conjunction with Supervisor Luis Chavez. So that'll be tonight, 5:30 p.m. at the Big Red Church. The address is 2131 North Van Ness Boulevard. We hope to see everyone there as we provide updates on initiatives that both the city and county are working on from an individual perspective, but also jointly as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I want to give a big thank you to a couple of folks that are doing some amazing work in our community, a couple of nonprofit leaders. The first one is Deborah Rush with Breaking the Chains, and the second one is Andrew Fowle with Every Neighborhood Partnership. These are organizations that we've done a lot of work with. They do a lot of work in our community to help victims of human trafficking over at Breaking the Chains. And E&P does all kinds of great work throughout our community, including increasing access to literature for Fresno Unified students. Both of them gave me a tour of their operations over the past couple weeks, and I just want to thank them. What they do is often thankless work, but very important for our community. So thank you to both Andrew and Deborah for the amazing work that you do. I also had the opportunity of serving as a cross guard at Erickson Elementary last week. This is near the airport in central part of Fresno, and it is an intersection that has had a lot of accidents over the past couple of years. And I know we've been working with Public Works to ensure that we have some more safety measures going forward, because I know within 5 minutes I almost got hit myself out there. It is a very serious situation. I know we had a young girl injured earlier this year, was hit by a vehicle and had her hip broken. And she's still walking to school. She's determined to get a good education, but it is really hard for a lot of the kids out there. And so I appreciate Public Works for working with us on that. I got to see it firsthand this past week. I also had the opportunity this last Saturday to do a ribbon cutting at the newest District 4 business. This is Thrive Chiropractics, located in District 4. Dr. Zhang was from Fresno, went up to Sacramento, has lived up there with his family, started his practice, but he wanted to deliver some more of that health care to the community that he came from. And could have moved anywhere in the city. He chose to move into the heart of central Fresno, where good health care can sometimes be difficult to come by. And so I want to thank Dr. Zhang for believing and investing in our Fresno community. And then lastly, this upcoming Saturday, I will be at Fresno High School presenting a proclamation to the Stay Golden Foundation. I don't know if anybody else has read The Outsiders. It was one of the first books that I fell in love with. The author is actually from here in the Central Valley, and they obviously made a amazing movie by Francis Ford Coppola. If you guys haven't seen it, you should come out on Saturday and check it out. But the foundation is comprised of cast members of folks who were part of that movie. And they'll be coming here to Fresno on Saturday night to promote literacy in the foundation and try to help connect more young people here in Fresno with better reading skills. And so we're going to present a proclamation this Saturday at 7 at Fresno High School, and they're going to be doing a screening of The Outsiders afterwards. So I hope to see some of you all there. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Maxwell. We're going to move next to Councilmember Vang. Okay, moving on to Councilmember Richardson.
Thanks, Council President. First, I'd like to touch on the fact we just brought 2 new employees on for the District 6 staff, so we are going to be absolutely firing all cylinders here going forward. So welcome to Addie and Earl. Number 2, I had the privilege of joining Council President Carbasi on GV Wire on the 9th, a couple days ago. Great conversations. If you haven't checked that out, take the opportunity to do so. The 17th of September, we'll be meeting at Valley Oak Elementary School at 6 p.m. for our next quarterly town hall. We'll bring the subject matter experts, and we look forward to seeing anybody who's passionate about finding out what goes on in the city and having that direct conversation about what we can do for you to join us. And finally, this evening, the Todd Beamer Park up in District 6 will be having their annual 9/11 memorial starting at 6 p.m. I would also like to thank all of the first responders who are responding right now to the Garnett fire. As I understand, it's in the mid 50,000s of acres up there. I mean, you can see it from space. It is truly incredible and shocking. And you can take whatever determinations or way forward or policy suggestions or whatever else you like from it, but that doesn't pull from the fact that there are men and women out there actively risking themselves to make sure the rest of us stay safe. Before I get too deep, I want to say happy birthday to my brother-in-law, Cody. What a day to have a birthday. I'm coming at you with a heavy heart today, to be honest. After this morning, I have faith that I don't think, with all the dedicated folks that we have in our country, that we are going to forget 9/11. I don't think it's going to happen. With the memorials, with the folks who are dedicated, with everyone who continues to put on red, blue, green, whatever uniforms, I don't think we're ever going to forget 9/11, and I'm grateful for that. But watching what's gone on in our country over the past week, I am afraid that we are going to forget September 12th. Now, 24 years ago today, I was sitting at Copper Hills Elementary School, and this was a huge, huge moment in my life because this is what drove me to want to join the military, to want to serve the country and understand what it really means to love something that is not a person, something that is bigger than yourself. And I did, and I'm honored to have done that. I'm honored to continue serving you today. And all that said, everybody sitting next to me, everybody in front of me, everyone who's watching at home, everyone who's not watching, everyone who's out going about their day, it's important to state that you are just as important a part of this city as I am. And you are just as American as I am. Now, when you leave City Hall today, when all of us leave, I would ask you to help me serve. And I don't need you to put on a uniform. I don't need you to sign up for a new job. I don't even necessarily need you to go get blood. I ask you to serve specifically by explaining to this next generation who is not alive in 2001, who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation, doesn't understand yet what it means to really be in love with something that is bigger than yourself. I ask you to help me serve by teaching them not just to not forget, which I don't think we will, but specifically and more importantly, to remember. To remember to forgive, to remember to love, and to remember to serve as a small but very, very important part of this giant experiment in democracy. Council President, that's all I had.
Thank you for that, Council Member. Next, we have Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Last week I had the pleasure of attending a welcome reception for our new president over at Fresno City College, Dr. Denise Wisenhunt. It was great to finally have a chance to meet her. She's a Fresno native who's returned to take the helm at a very critical institution within not just in District 7, but within the entire city and region. So I do want to thank the State Center Community College District for that invitation and congratulate our new president over at City College once again. Next Tuesday, I want to also invite everyone to join us in front of City Hall as we raise the Mexican flag in celebration of Mexico's 215th Independence Day. It's a great moment to honor the rich culture and contributions of the Mexican community here in Fresno, as well as beyond. And not to be outdone, not this weekend, but the following weekend, next weekend, I want to remind everyone that Greek Fest will be happening here within Fresno, within District 7 specifically. Proud to have that as kind of a cornerstone event of the district. It's going to be happening next Friday, beginning at 4 p.m. through Sunday. So I encourage folks, whether you've gone before or have never gone before, to check it out. If you want to get specifics on the different details, I encourage you to visit FresnoGreekFest.com. Again, that's FresnoGreekFest.com. You will get the hours and details, and I will see you there. Lastly, today is the 24th anniversary of 9/11. I was able to join the California 9/11 Memorial Remembrance earlier this morning, and able to pause to remember all of the lives lost on that tragic day in our nation's history. We all do remember where we were. Back then, I used to wake up with a radio alarm clock. I used to set my alarm for 6 a.m. And so when my alarm went off that morning, it was a little different. Just there was music, there was commotion from the radio hosts, and that was just enough time for me to stumble over to my TV, turn it on, and barely have enough time to absorb, for my young mind to absorb what was going on before I watched the second plane crash into the South Tower. And so for a generation of Americans, for several generations of Americans, but especially those who were very young at that time, it's ingrained in our psyche, something we've grown up with and in. And to my colleague's point, what we saw after 9/11 was really, from what I can remember throughout my lifetime, really unity. Americans unite in a way that I've never really seen, really before or after then. And I think that unity is unfortunately in stark contrast to where we are today, in stark contrast to the dark cloud that kind of hangs over us today. Unfortunately, in dark cloud of division amongst Americans, a dark cloud of political violence that needs to stop. And so, as we sort of stumble our way through these trying times, these challenging times within our country, I encourage us to look back on this tragedy, not forget it, but remember the unity that followed within those trying times, and I hope we can arrive back at that point where our community here in Fresno is united, and as well as from our local level up to our national level, folks come together once again. So, Council President, that'll be all for my remarks today.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Esparza. We have Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of informational items. This Sunday, we'll be hosting Fiestas Patrias in downtown Fresno. Thank you to the Fresno Area Hispanic Chamber for organizing this event, as well as the organizing committee of city staff and my office. Additionally, thank you to the mayor and his park staff for completing the cricket courts in our district. It's been a promise that we made to residents a couple years ago when they stood up at a neighborhood meeting and asked for us to have facilities that also include their culture, their traditions, and we did so, and I'm proud to say that our city is intentionally doubling down on diversity, equity, inclusion by how we operate on a daily basis and not negotiating or compromising our values, no matter what the federal government threatens to take away from us or to not provide us our fair share of federal funds. Lastly, I want to just also comment on what's happened this last week. Every morning I have the opportunity to drive my kids to school. And today was my 13-year-old to middle school. And we had a conversation about the murder of Mr. Charlie yesterday. But we also had a conversation about the fact that there was another school shooting yesterday that is not getting any news attention. And it's been 26 years, 29 years, 26 years since the Columbine massacre. And a couple years later, the Sandy Hook massacre. And since then, it's become routine, and we've normalized mass shootings in schools, in churches, and most recently in a Catholic elementary school. And all we offer is thoughts and prayers as a country. As my colleagues indicated, 9/11 changed our country. And as a congressional staffer at that time, I can tell you the scariness and the real fear of 9/11 to everyone, especially federal workers who lost loved ones in the attacks in the Capitol and across the country. But what was different is we didn't stop with thoughts and prayers after 9/11. We actually changed domestic policies. The Patriot Act was passed, which means that government can look at all our backgrounds and assess whether we're a threat and take immediate action. The airports got screenings. We got air marshals. We authorize government to ensure the safety of the general public. And that's why the rest of us were able to move on and operate airports, commerce, continue with daily life in the country, because government was equipped through policy, action to ensure our safety. And when it comes to school shootings, we have tied government's hands from dealing with threats. And as my 13-year-old reminded me today, you all expect me to do my math homework under a desk while there's a shooting taking place. And somehow your solution is to give my teacher a gun and get me to run faster. It's, I give you that context because violence, political violence, is starting to become normalized as well. A few months ago, the senator from Minnesota was murdered, and her husband. We offered thoughts and prayers. Some people brought down the flag midway. And then we all forgot and moved on. Today, some folks are flying the flag halfway for Charlie. They didn't do it for the kids who got shot the same day at a school. They didn't do it for the kids who got shot in Catholic school a couple of weeks ago, because we've normalized it. And it is my fear as an adult that we're supposed to leave this country and our communities better than how we found them. And when it comes to gun violence, we have not achieved that. We have utterly failed at doing that. And I fear that we're also going to fail when it comes to political violence being normalized. And so what I would ask us all to think about, especially locally, is how we engage in political discourse. I can tell you, having sat down with the police department on the security and safety threats that my family has experienced, who would have thought as a council member I would have to have active restraining orders against individuals because they threatened to show up and kill me and my kids at home? Who would have thought that I would have to physically remove people from my home as they try to force themselves in under the auspice of political protests and Second Amendment rights? You know, but we've normalized that. There's a direct correlation between local talk radio, when they talk about us as policymakers, portraying us as public enemy, number one, and the death threats I get on my social media platforms. Direct correlation. I can literally track down when I'm being spoken about in local talk radio based on what happens in my inbox. There's no debate over ideas, whether a bike lane is needed at a street or not. It's converted to socialism. Really? At the end of the day, every resident that I've run into wants us to slow traffic down in their neighborhood, while at the same time asking us to speed it down in somebody else's neighborhood so they can get to work and school faster. But somehow engaging in a conversation about reducing car speeds in a neighborhood easily gets converted to socialism, to social justice, to DEI, to the far left, to communism, to this, to that. And then you guys are surprised that we end up with death threats in our inbox and have to go and get restraining orders for folks who are mentally unstable. So I'm not in a position to offer thoughts and prayers anymore because the list is too long. There are too many kids being murdered in our streets over gun violence when we choose not to act. And there are too many folks who are making a living out of portraying us as the enemy, one versus the other, for clickbait, followings, and cash up contributions. So I caution us with this path that we're on as a country, where we normalize political violence as a form of resolving our differences in public policy. And I pray for anyone who takes elected office, whether it's a mayor or my council colleagues, because it's become normalized that your family will be at risk, your family will be threatened over very simple matters at a local level. So I just leave you with a 13-year-old has figured out that we have failed them. And I don't know how to process that quite yet. I hope we do better by actually taking action and go beyond thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have some comments regarding what occurred yesterday, but I'm going to reserve them for the noon hour. Council Supervisor Luis Chavez and I have assembled a group of city and county leaders to come together on a bipartisan basis, including the mayor, to talk about how we're going to end and prevent political violence here in Fresno. Brief comments just about normal business. On the September 20th, on Saturday, and I really appreciate the Beautify Fresno staff, there's going to be one cleanup event at River Bottom Park in Northwest Fresno, and if you want to sign up, you can do so on the city's website. Last night, there was a Heroes United Baseball Classic. This is an annual game between the police department and the fire department to play baseball. Last year, it was a tie, which was perfect for me as an elected because I can say everybody wins. But I don't know how it ended yesterday. PD was really far ahead, and then, of course, fire caught up, but PD was really playing strong. Who won? Do we know? PD won. Okay. All right. So don't get mad at me, fire guys. Just the way it rolled. So congratulations to all those that went out there and the families that were out there. I know I saw the mayor out there as well, and city manager. That was great. I do want to thank city staff, and including the San Joaquin River Conservancy, for arranging for a visit to Spano Park of Wade Crowfoot, who is the Secretary of Natural Resources for the state of California. He came in on a visit to look at what we're doing out for River West, which is going to create miles of trails and easy access points for the public in Fresno, all parts of Fresno, to access the majestic San Joaquin River. And I do want to thank staff. I know Kelly Furtado was out there, Director Scott Mosier, Randall Morrison, Ewa Lehman. I know I'm forgetting folks, and please forgive me for doing that, but for everyone that was out there, I think the Secretary was really impressed, and we tried sending a message that if the state gives us resources, we will put them to good use, we will spend them wisely, and we will make them proud so they can say, hey, there are cities that can actually run a budget and get things done on time and on budget, and that is Fresno. We've done it in the past. We're going to do it again with River West, and thank you, administration, for your support on that effort. I do want to thank code enforcement staff. We've had a little uptick in just silly cases, and out there yesterday on another visit, and they've been very professional, and they've been very effective at trying to get compliance, and I appreciate City Attorney and your staff's work on a very, very critical component of what we do as council members. And those are my comments for the day, and we're moving on to City Manager and Mayor's comments. Mayor, you'll have the floor.
Thank you, Council President and Council. I do want to start off by saying thank you to those council members that came out this morning to the 911 memorial. That means so much, and there was well over 1,000 people there, and that event has grown bigger and better every single year. And I've been to all of them, I believe, over the course of time. But I too can remember where I was on September 11th when I got that phone call of what was occurring in the Department Operations Center that was set up. I had only been the police chief at that time for a couple of weeks. And so it was something that was new, I think, to us in America, certainly new to us in Fresno, but we knew that the potential for a secondary and tertiary attacks were real, especially in California. So we were prepared. We set up a Department Operations Center for the better part of a month and had that operated 24 hours a day. And so fortunately, I think, as was said earlier, on September 12th, we were a different country. We were a country that was united. We were a country that, in some respects, felt like maybe we were vulnerable and we needed to do more as a nation in order to protect our national defense. And we have taken those steps over the years. And I'm very, very proud of our country in terms of being the leader in that. Whether you call ourselves the Department of Defense or the Department of War, we are a country that appreciates its freedom. Speaking of that, last night I had the opportunity to welcome home our veterans on the honor flight. I know Councilmember Maxwell is there almost every single one of those events, and I appreciate that. And more importantly, they appreciate that, their families. But we had several hundred people at the airport welcoming back 73 of our veterans who returned from Washington, D.C., and I had the opportunity to speak and to be able to pray over the Blue Star moms. These are moms who have loved ones that have either served in the military or serve in the military today. And they are people that are the ones that are responsible for giving out flags and doing so much for our veterans. So it was an honor for me to be able to pray over them. And I did on a positive, light note throughout the first pitch last night for the PD fire game. And did reach the plate, unlike some of my council colleagues when they threw out the first pitch. And I didn't. I had to leave the game earlier to go to the honor flight, so I didn't get to see the outcome. So, like you, Mike, I loved the 7-7 tie last year. That was healthy for us as elected officials. Later this afternoon, I'll be speaking at the and doing a welcoming. They're hosting a housing summit, San Joaquin Valley Housing Summit for affordable housing, and that is being held at the Doubletree downtown. We're very fortunate to have that event here. Also, last week, I was able to attend and do the ribbon cutting for G.J. Gardner Homes, a very reputable home builder in our community who builds market rate type housing. And they, quite frankly, it was between Madera and Fresno where they were going to be, and they chose Fresno, and I'm appreciative of that. Also, I was able to attend a luncheon that we had for our solid waste employees, Beautify Fresno employees last week. Jim Barros and Nick Macias, they purchased all the hot dogs and barbecued for all of them, so it was a great time demonstrating our appreciation for them. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to tour our new, yet-to-be-opened facility at Kaiser. Fresno Orchard Plaza, $250 million investment into Fresno. It is an incredible state-of-the-art facility. For those that will be doing the ribbon cutting, I think you may be there speaking, Tyler. And then I had the opportunity to go up and visit and speak to, they were having a leadership conference there with their directors and doctors and staff on the third floor, so they'd asked me to come up and say a few words of appreciation and talk a little bit about leadership, which I was honored to be able to do. And lastly, I do want to close. I know that we're going to be speaking today at a news conference at noon here at City Hall on the Charlie Kirk political assassination. And I, too, want to share some of the comments that were made, but I'll reserve my comments for noon. But I am concerned with the level of violence in America today and the frequency of it, whether it's a political assassination, a mass shooting at a school, or workplace violence. We see it far too often, and obviously there's far too many. In fact, one is too many. And so if possible today, I would love to see us, Council President, if we could adjourn this council meeting in memory of Charlie Kirk, as well as the Evergreen High School in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure we can do that. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Council President. The score of the ball game was PD 14, Fire 11. It was lots of ups and downs, and I think the most important thing is, first of all, this game is scheduled at this time in conjunction with 9/11 events. And is a fundraiser. But seeing our police and firefighters out there in friendly competition is great because, they are, we always have a little bit of healthy competition and sibling rivalry between PD and fire. But I think Chief Alcorn may have spent more time in the PD dugout than his own dugout. And it was a good time, and it was great to see them all working together.
City Manager, can I ask a clarifying question? Is it true the problem Fire faced was their third base coach and he was messing things up?
Well, and that would be Chief Alcorn, who was in the PD dugout, not necessarily paying attention to his third base coach duties. No, Billy knows I love him. We're just teasing. Anyway, so yeah, it was a good time. On the business end of things, I just want to call your attention to a couple things that have come out in the last week. We had a couple of trade memos that came out about our finances here at the city, and I think it's really important to celebrate good news for our city, right? We always have so much going on, and of course, whenever something goes wrong, we tend to focus a lot of attention on that. You guys do a great job of acknowledging all the good work of our staff, but I think it's really good when we have outside entities commenting upon our fiscal health. So one, we sent out a tray memo at the beginning of September that talked about our Standard & Poor's rating. And this was in preparation for us to be issuing our lease revenue bonds for the public safety projects. So they noted a whole bunch of things, and basically they did a rating update that they affirmed our AA- rating, and then the city's lease revenue bonds with an A+ with a stable outlook. So that was S&P. And they talked about all sorts of things. They talked about strong financial profile with a history of stable financial performance and a multi-year period of sustained fund balance buildup. Robust suite of financial policies and practices, including a budget development process that includes analysis, external data, and long-term forecasting, and a modest long-term debt profile in comparison to peers. And then shortly after that, we gave a report when we went to market on our public safety bonds. And I think what is really noticeable, so we were offering $54.7 million of bonds, and the orders for those bonds, $87.6 million of orders came in. So that's 1.6 times the amount that we had available to sell. And because of that, and I think this shows that, the strength of our credit, and this, as a result of this, we got a lower interest rate. So that's great because that'll save us money on the debt service payment. And then just recently, like yesterday, the day before, Moody's came out. And Ruthie likes to, sometimes Moody's is moody. I chuckle at that. But one thing that they did, this was not at our request. We meet with our rating agencies regularly, but they really dug in on us this year. And they updated our credit profile from stable to positive. That's a big deal. And they issued a report, and we'll send out a tray memo with the report, really focusing on what we've been doing here, and focusing on the city's expanding economy, supported by sound financial performance, prudent budgeting practices, and continued diversification of revenues. This positive revision also included a nod to our efforts to restrain spending to align with ongoing revenue, as well as maintaining our sound financial reserves. This is not only important for our city as an entity, this is important for our community because the city's health, financial health, impacts businesses in our community and their ability to get financing. So I want to give a huge shout out to Assistant City Manager Ruthie Quinto, who oversees the finance department, Santino Denisi, Caleb Neufeld, who are the leaders of the finance department. We have come a long way in our financial department since the mayor took office in 2021, and I would argue that we have had a marked shift and are doing incredible work. So I want to give kudos to the entire team for all of that work, the mayor for his very strong leadership, and the council's support and keeping a fiscal restraint in order to be able to attain these sort of long-term financial benefits for the city and our community as a whole. So that's all I have, Councilmember. Sorry for being long-winded today.
No, not a problem. Thank you so much, City Manager. Okay, we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. First is our hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno, CFD number 9, annexation number 70. This is in District 1. Councilmember, would you like a staff presentation?
None needed, Council
Okay,
President.
thank you so much. Any questions by the council on this item? Seeing none, we're going to go to public comment. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on the 9:10 a.m. hearing regarding CFD number 9, annexation 70, please do come forward. This is your opportunity to speak publicly about this. I am not seeing anybody come up, so I'm going to close the hearing and bring this back to the council for discussion. Any discussion or motions?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember Perea, seconded by the Council Vice President. Any opposition to this item? There being none, the 9:10 a.m. hearing passes 7-0. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to our 9:15 a.m. hearing regarding hearing to consider adoption of a resolution designating a property located on the local register of historic resources. And this is in District 3. And Council Vice President, would you like a staff presentation? Okay. No staff presentation has been requested. Thank you, Director. Any questions by the council on this item?
I have a question, Council
Yes.
President. Is the property owner here with us today?
Council member, the property owner is not in the audience, but they are on Zoom.
Okay.
If you have specific questions.
Did you want to talk to the property owner on Zoom?
I would just be curious to hear what their standpoint is on this.
Bernard, can we please pull them up? Okay. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep. Would you please provide a brief synopsis of what you would like, what is being proposed for the council member?
Right. So we are proposing to redevelop an existing building into a self-storage facility. It came to our attention a few months ago that because of the building's age, that the historic commission was going to propose that it becomes designated historic. So we went through that process, and now we're here today for the city council's vote. As property owner, we've gone through the potential designation and potential Mills Act, and after running the numbers with our team and going through the process and reading through existing documents, it is our stance that we would not like to be designated historic. And that's where our standpoint is. If you have any other questions, I can answer those, but hopefully that answers your question.
I think that I appreciate you, sir, pitching in today. Director Clark, would you mind just speaking to, this is the Rosenberg warehouse, I believe. Would you just mind speaking really quickly to the history of this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to do that, or I can have Assistant Director Ashley Atkinson talk through the history. But this particular property was part of the raisin industry in the late 1800s. It was a very large packing house. This company was founded in 1893. by Max Rosenberg, Abraham Rosenberg, and Adolf Rosenberg. And in 1918, they constructed a state-of-the-art 3-story warehouse here in Fresno. And that is, at the time, it was the largest raisin packing operation in the world. And so it's a really interesting testament to the history of Fresno, and really what is historic preservation? It's preserving our history, not necessarily structures or buildings, but our history. So because there was work being proposed on the building and on the property, the code requires us to evaluate whether or not that has an impact to a potential historic resource. So we determined that it could potentially have an impact. It was taken to historic preservation, who determined that it was eligible for listing, but it is at the discretion of the city council as to whether or not to actually choose to list it on our local register of historic places.
So I'm part of an organization that is dedicated to the establishment and preservation of Western history. This is important. Are there any like plaques or statues or podia or anything like that there to commemorate this building at all so far?
There are not. So the council, this is again a discretionary action of the council. The council could choose not to list it on the register, but ask that a plaque or a history monument is erected for people to understand the history of the site. They're not proposing to demolish. They're really just proposing a renovation, which will remove some of the historic elements of the building. And so, you know, if the council wanted to kind of speak to that history, certainly that could be part of the discretionary action that you took today.
Okay. I think that's a phenomenal place for a podium, a plaque, a statue, something along those lines. Just like we have with eminent domain, how we will reimburse the folks, the business owners, the homeowners, whatever else, who are relocated by government action. Is there any plan currently to reimburse this business owner, to buy him out, to give him some sort of compensation, either for renovation and preservation of the building, or to kind of offset their costs that they could, in theory, be losing because they're renovating?
So let me state, and I think that Mr. Stanton online mentioned this as well. So I'm
sure.
If it is designated, the property could be eligible for some local programs and some local benefits. That's not on the council's agenda today, but the city does offer the Mills Act, which was mentioned previously, which is it's a tax rollback of property taxes. So if you have a locally or state or nationally designated property that that you are renovating and you are maintaining to the Secretary of Interior standards, you can qualify for a lesser property tax, potentially. And so it can't be considered for that until it's designated as a resource. And it's my understanding that the company has run those numbers and has said that offset does not create that delta that they need for the project. So they'd like to move forward with the project without designation.
And Mr. Stanton, if you're still online, you're aware of that Mills Act and you've had that conversation with them?
Yes, we, with the assistance of Director Clark and Ashley, over the last few months, we've gone through all of that, sent it over to our team, and brought in a tax consultant. We dug into it deeply.
Okay, thank you. Council President, I think that's all I had. Director Clark, thank you for your comments.
And just the last thing I'll say, a plaque or statue or anything like that, that'd be something that we'd be willing to look into. And again, like Director Clark mentioned, it's mostly interior, what we're doing from a renovation standpoint. So that's the only other things I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, sir. Now we're going to go to public comment at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, Council Vice President. You want to make comments now or after public comment?
I'll wait for public comment.
Okay, let's see if there is any. Any members of the public wishing to comment on the 9:15 a.m. hearing, this is your opportunity. Please do come forward. Again, last call for the 9:15 a.m. hearing. There being none, no one approaching, I'm going to close the hearing, bring it back to the council for discussion. Council Vice President, you all have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Director or property owner, the documents demonstrate that the owner is a trust. Is that accurate or is it an individual? What's in front of me is that there's a trust that's the owner of the property.
Mr. Stanton, can you answer that question, please?
Yeah, I believe we're an LLC, but maybe we're a trust. It's a company that owns it.
But the documents I have in front of me suggest that the property is within a trust. So I
guess I don't know what that means. What would a trust mean?
I'm assuming a living trust, a trust of a family, a trust, a legal trust. That's what I read.
Believe so.
Present owner is known as Trust, 1844 South Cherry.
Sorry, Councilmember, can you please specify where?
Sure.
Because the DPR form says it's an LLC.
Yeah,
so I apologize if there's confusion in a
This
staff
document
report.
here, I don't know if it's the historical documents that were used back then. I just want to make sure that we're dealing with the correct party.
Where does it say that? Where are you saying
Oh, okay. Councilmember, this, that's the page that you have referenced is the original 1978 DPR form, the new DPR form, which Department of Parks and Recreation, which is the form that we utilize on the first page of the primary record. The updated, it shows to be PSC Fresno LLC.
Okay. So I'm assuming that at some point they purchased a property from a trust?
Well, I mean, I would assume that several owners have gone by since 1978, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
clarifying.
you. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Director, you outlined the history of this building as part of the core agriculture history of the region, which is still the backbone of our local economy. And the current use of the building is basically storage, correct? Self-storage?
Yes.
And the future proposed use is self-storage?
Correct.
Would a historical designation not allow them to continue the renovations and utilization as storage?
The interior, so our code does not regulate the interior of historic resources. It does regulate, however, the exterior of historic resources. The exterior would need to be maintained to the Secretary of Interior standards.
Right.
So any modifications that could change the historicity, like the removal or modification of awnings, removal or modification of windows, any exterior features, could impact whether or not it is still eligible for local listing. So
okay.
potentially that could impact the project that they are looking at doing.
From the exterior, this building has been basically plywood, its windows for decades, correct?
Yes, it's been with like a metal panel, not a plywood, but yes.
And you plywood every single window in the building, correct?
As part of our reconstruction, we'll be putting an actual metal window over that.
What is a metal window?
Not a window, a metal sheet metal will go over that because we're actually putting HVAC in the building. Right now, it's basically, for lack of a better term, open air with pigeons flying through it.
So that's where the issue is with the historic preservation nature of it, because you're eliminating basically all windows from the structural part of the building. You're just going to do metal panels.
Are you asking, is that our issue with saying we don't want to be designated?
No, what I'm asking is the issue why the future use would violate the historic preservation criteria is because they're eliminating the exterior features, essentially the windows, is it not?
Correct. So the any renovation that would remove, it is our understanding through our current updated form that the framework of the original window still exists underneath the panels that are there. And so when those would not be able to be removed, or they would need to be removed and replaced in like kind in consultation with the Historic Preservation Commission, which could impact the project itself.
Okay. So there's a couple of ways I'm considering going in down this path. So one, this council and others have always questioned the wisdom of previous bodies to eliminate all our historical assets, from the historical courthouse and Courthouse Plaza to name a whole bunch of buildings. And at the same time, we've seen a lot of these historical assets completely boarded up and basically be an eyesore to a neighborhood. In this case, the plywood or metal plywood on these windows gives a perception as an abandoned building and is a physical eyesore and not the historical amenity that it should be. So from my perspective, there's two options before us. One, we approve the historic designation, and that would not limit the owner's ability to continue to utilize that as storage. Or two, we go back and figure out what elements the proponent can incorporate into the building going forward to preserve as much of the historical integrity of the building. Because I don't see how just putting metal plates on windows is a viable approach to a historical asset that represents the backbone of our agriculture economy. This city took it upon itself to renovate the Armenian homes. And yes, it was a long process to get windows that match the historical element, but every resident has praised us for the restoration of that historical asset. We could have easily and more cheaply tore them down and built a box home, but that's not what the city deserves. So I'm ready to approve this today with historic designation, or I'm willing to table this and bring it back after we have some conversations about how much of the historical architectural elements that the building currently has would be retained in a future project. So I'm happy to hear the feedback from the owner on how he would like us to proceed. But with that, do you have anything to say, property owner? I don't think we've officially met either, so it's our first introduction.
No problem. Nice to meet you. The one thing I'll say is that it wasn't necessarily that the numbers don't work. It isn't why we didn't want to go historic. It was that it's not a guarantee that you get the Mills Act, which was our issue with it. So we wanted to say if we go historic, then we wanted to be eligible for the Mills Act, but we were told that it wasn't a given that you would.
If I may, property owner, for the interruption, staff is right not to guarantee that, because that ultimately requires council approval, or doesn't go. HPC, Historic Preservation Approval, yeah, you're right. I have not in my 7.5 years seen HPC reject a Mills Act application. So the whole point of HPC is to encourage historic preservation, and their biggest lever is the deduction in property taxes. So I know staff is not in a position to guarantee it, but I have yet to see our historic commission deny such an application.
Okay. And then what I'll also say is the what's been blocking the windows that was there existingly, which is an eyesore, has been there, I think, when the Historic Commission pulled up their last time they did a property assessment out there since 1970, if not longer. We can't reuse the windows there because they're riddled with asbestos. Yeah, so they have to be removed. And, you know, we'd love to work with you guys moving forward. If we putting windows on the building would almost deem the project undoable from a cost perspective. So
you want a windowless brick building?
we are putting windows on the front facade and the back facade. We're not proposing doing them along the long sides of the building.
Okay.
We are proposing windows.
Council President, if I may, I'm just going to make a motion to table this item for 2 meetings from now so I can sit down with the applicant and staff and see if we can come up with an
There's
alternative.
been a motion by Council Vice President. Did you second it, Councilmember Richardson? Motion and a second. Any more discussion from council? Any opposition to the motion? There being none, the motion to table for the next 2 meetings will be is approved 7-0, and that meeting date, I believe, will be October the 16th. Thank you very much, staff, for your work. Okay, we have a 10 a.m. appearance by Mary Elena Gutierrez regarding Lowell street sweeping schedule. Are you here today to speak? Again, that's the 10 a.m. appearance by Maria Elena Gutierrez. I do not see anyone coming forward. Okay, we're going to be moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? And the pulled items will be heard after consent. We do have, of course, one recusal on 2O by Councilmember Perea. Anybody else?
Council President?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move 2AA back onto the consent agenda.
It will
Councilmember, I had some questions on 2AA, but I think because the Brown Act, we weren't able to no, we'll just leave it. We'll leave it as is. Thank you.
Thanks.
I apologize. Thank you, Councilmember. 2AA is back on the consent calendar.
We will need to reopen the agenda with a vote.
Okay, let's do that. So I will make a motion to, sorry, you withdraw your motion at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice President, go ahead, please.
I'll make a motion to reconsider the adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition to that? Any discussion? Do we need public comment on that, Todd?
No.
Okay. There being none, that passes 7-0. Please do make your motion, Councilmember.
Just make a motion to put item 2AA back onto the consent calendar.
I will second that. Okay. Any opposition to that? Any discussion? There being none, we're back in business, correct?
And just one more motion to reapprove the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Getting motion sickness here. Any discussion? Any opposition? Okay, that passes 7-0. And for the public watching, basically, we do have procedures in the Brown Act where if we want to move things around, we have to follow a procedure, and we've done that, and it's a little bit confusing, but the good news is everything's kosher. So now we do have the consent calendar, and 2AA is back on the consent calendar, and we have contested consent that will come up. Any other council members wishing to register no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Okay, just for the record, I will be registering no vote on items, respectful and quiet no vote on items 2Q and 2AA. Now we're going to move on to public comment now on all consent, including contested consent and closed session items. This is not for unscheduled communication. So if you have public comment on consent, contested consent, and closed session items, this is your opportunity to come forward. This includes the closed session special meeting items that are for on the special meeting. So please do come forward, identify the item, and your name and address.
Brandy News-Villegas, item 2AA, District 7. I support the resolution of 2AA to take away incoming requirements for the EPP. I appreciate that Maxwell has discovered and brought this action to remedy this barrier to the needs services of the eviction protection program. As I expected, recognize that there is a no vote, but I expected the remainder of the council to support it. The EPP is a critical safety net for many, including those who have no other safety nets to avoid being unhoused without other housing options. I've observed so many stories, a wide array of stories of those who have lost their housing. It is varied, but a common theme is a lack of a safety net at that time to avoid losing housing, from those who are domestic violence survivors who left an abusive situation, to youth, to people who had become injured or disabled, so many things. And according to all the studies, the major cause is rise in rent and affordable housing, people being priced out, those who are on fixed incomes, not being able to afford their housing. And And this is, and the issues that are brought forth with the eviction protection program is one of those items where a safety net is needed. This is not related directly to this item, but I spoke to a man Saturday, a retired man who owned his own housing and lost it due to his wife's medical debt and medical needs. And he mentioned that late last year. He mentioned that she is in assisted care right now, and he doesn't have the heart to tell him that they lost their home. So there are so many causes of losing housing, and we need to do everything we can. And EPP is one part of the puzzle that we need to keep pursuing. I want to address what, going back to the EPP, I want to address what the Leadership Council addressed during public comment on pro-housing as well, and ask that the council not only do this, but pursue the things they mentioned, as including incorporating rent control and just cause ordinance program to codify the eviction protection program in municipal code under enhancement category, which will go beyond state requirements in reducing displacement of lower income households and conserving existing housing stock that is affordable to low income households. And we urge the city to incorporate inclusionary housing program under category 1 for favorable zoning and land use, and ask that you also pursue further tenant rights as brought forth by Tenants Together, and to continue to be vigilant in looking into things like this that are unintended or barriers that we can overcome to ensure that our community has a safety net. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. So anyone else wishing to comment on consent, contested consent, closed session items, and special meeting closed session items, please do come forward. This is your opportunity during today's meeting. I'm not seeing anybody come forward. At this time, if anyone wishes to comment on unscheduled communication, those are items not on the agenda. This is your time to come forward. So unscheduled communication, please do come forward. Again, not seeing anybody in the audience coming forward at this time. So that will close the opportunity for public comment for consent, contested consent, closed session, special meeting closed session, and unscheduled communication. Okay? Bringing this back to the council, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? So moved by Councilmember Maxwell. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second by Council Vice President. I apologize. My right ear is working better today. Any opposition? There being none, the balance of the consent calendar passes 7-0. Thank you, council members. We are going to go now into contested consent. So we are going to start with, well, let's see. 2AA is gone. Council Vice President, do you have a preference to which one you want to start with? You have 2F, 2K, and 2T. Okay, we'll do 2F, resolution to adopt the 10th Amendment to the AAR 2025-179.
Thank you, Council President. So this item essentially greenlights the $80 million in downtown infrastructure improvements funded by the state of California and the governor, correct? And you guys have added a secondary item of allocating $20 million towards gap financing for housing projects as a loan.
Hello, Kelly Furtado, Mayor's Chief of Staff. The $100 million commitment that was awarded through the state is being appropriated in this action item, and it would be split $80 million towards the capital projects department for the public infrastructure, and yes, $20 million has been set aside in the proposed appropriation for the planning department to administer a revolving loan fund.
Have we had a presentation to the council on the revolving loan fund?
You have not.
With that said, City Manager, I'm a little concerned about just doing this that quickly. $20 million is quite a bit of money. I'd like to have a presentation by staff on what the terms of the revolving loan fund would be. Are we looking to fund market rate? Are we looking to fund affordable? Are we looking to fund specific projects only?
Right. So, Councilmember, you may recall in the end of August when the notice of funding availability was produced, we provided the council with information on that and reference back to the planning department if you had questions, but the proposed NOFA, which is in advance of receiving the funding and actually doing anything, clearly any loans would come back before this body, but that information went public back in August, and the NOFA details the shovel readiness expected, the point scoring, and all the other mechanisms involved in the revolving
so you
loan
have
fund.
everything to publicly present to us. Here's where I'm struggling at, Ms. Trevino, Mrs. Trevino. Is,
Furtado.
I'm sorry.
That's
Furtado.
all right. We've only known each other.
Yeah, sorry,
couple
only
years.
like 20 years.
Yeah.
Where I'm so struggling is we did a NOFA for $20 million of available funds. We're now going to allocate the money for $20 million. We're going to start getting inundated by potential applicants for who plan to apply. I know there's a no contact provision at some point, right?
Yep.
I don't want to be here in this room where, we haven't had a public discussion on how much is a maximum that we can loan out to one project. What are the
It's described as
payback
$8
terms?
million. Yeah, it's all in the funding
Yes, but it hasn't
availability
been a
document.
public presentation.
Understood.
It's tucked into a $100 million capital improvement project. So I don't want to get caught up with people at the 11th hour telling us that they weren't aware that the money was available, that those conditions of the money were not, what the bank expected or was receiving. So my overall question is there a timeliness issue that we have to approve the $20 million loan fund today? Or can
This
staff
would be
provide
just
us?
appropriation of the funds into the appropriate department. This would not be approving of the program.
Okay, so can staff provide us a formal presentation on all the terms and conditions in the NOFA at the next council meeting prior to you guys bringing forward applicants who you're proposing to lend money to?
Could you repeat that? Prior to what?
Prior to you bringing forward awardees,
Oh, absolutely.
can we have a public presentation on what is the criteria that we're setting out
Absolutely.
in the NOFA so that everybody hears the information at the right time? You gotta remember, all of us deal with developers all day, and they're gonna be telling us that these conditions were unfair, the mayor doesn't like this person this week, therefore they weren't recommended. It gets very sticky, so I'd rather have a
Well,
presentation.
hopefully you're not hearing from them now because the NOFA is on the streets and there is a requirement in there that they not contact you, that they contact the staff to discuss the terms of the NOFA. So the
But I imagine that
appropriation
these
before you,
potential awardees are also people we deal with on a daily basis on other matters, correct? It's the same people that,
it's possible.
yeah, it's the same
Yeah.
people on the agenda today for
Right.
awardee of other funds.
So I'm just trying to go back to your statement a couple of seconds ago. There is a potential that the appropriation before you today could happen. We could still come before you with a workshop that will still be before any applicants are responding to the NOFA.
That would work for me. That would work for me. I just want everybody to hear the same information at the right time and not rely on reading the details of an agenda item that's not directly related to what's being discussed. So,
And we could meet with you individually, we could do a presentation, but like I said, we've put as much detail in the NOFA as possible
it's
so
less
that there's
about
clarity.
me, it's more about you presenting the information publicly.
You got it. So
Right,
we could potentially
Okay,
act
so-
on the item before you today, do
Got
a
it.
presentation, and that will
So-
still precede any developers.
With that, Council
applying.
President, I'll make a motion to approve the item with direction to staff to come back with the workshop at the next council meeting and prior to any awards being recommended, so they can provide the public a outline of the proposed loan terms.
Go ahead, Councilmember. I do have another Councilmember punched up. If somebody wants to second that, or we can.
Second.
Okay, and then Councilmember Maxwell, you do have the floor.
Thanks. Kelly, if you wouldn't mind. Mrs. Trevino/Furtado.
Hey, it's not the first time. There is not another Kelly in this agency I'd like to be mistaken for. She's great.
Seconded, going to support the item today. Can you explain a little bit more the decision of the 80-20 breakdown and how you came to that split? And then if you could also kind of explain for the public's edification how that $80 million is going to be invested.
How the 80 million will be utilized? Okay, so I'm going to start with the easy one, right? The 80 million is going to be utilized as far as the public infrastructure plan that we worked out with the state of California back in 2023 when they committed over several years $250 million. And that is basically public infrastructure in a few categories: green space, pedestrian, street and sidewalks, intermodal stuff, which is quite frankly paused at the moment for the third phase of funding, water distribution, wastewater,
Could you speak
that kind of
specifically
things.
to projects?
You'll notice all along downtown roads are being opened, both water, sewer are being replaced, pipes are being replaced, so many linear feet of water and sewer are being replaced. There is design work being done for the bookend garages that are being constructed on both North Fulton and around the Grizzlies Stadium. There is a lot of pedestrian sidewalk type of work that goes along with that. So that is all work that happened with the initial $50 million that was allocated in the state's 23 budget year. And so the future $100 million that was awarded, of which $80 million we're saying will go into the next phase, is not visible yet because we will have to design it, get bids, and all of that work will come back before the council.
So why not designate the entire $100 million towards those efforts while we are waiting to get cost estimates? What if it turns out we're going to need more than $80 million?
We could do that. That's one option. However, we've been really tasked by the state. Some of our money that we have gotten, the competitive money that we've gotten that complements this funding, is all about going vertical with housing. So as you know, we're doing the public infrastructure investment so that we can catalyze housing in our downtown and Chinatown areas. And in order to go vertical, you guys know how difficult it is to build in our urban core and for deals to pencil out financially. So it has been, I've with the Housing Authority and such, I've been for a decade working with foundations and writing plans and demonstrating that gap financing is a tremendous issue for making deals pencil. And so it's just, we could spend a 10-hour workshop on that phenomenon. It's not unique to Fresno. It is throughout the country, but especially in an urban core. And so some of our requirements are when we do this public infrastructure investment underground, that we also go vertical within a couple of years. And so it's tied together, it's linked together, and going vertical is basically one of our requirements with housing, and there is just such a need for gap financing.
Correct.
So that's the need for it.
If I recall correctly, last one's in 5.5%, 36-month
Correct.
return.
You're right. Yes, we did talk about it
Yeah.
briefly at the council. You're right.
So let me ask you the inverse then, Kelly. If we don't have these projects identified, we don't have the cost necessarily associated with these projects we have not yet identified, where are these monies, where are the $80 million going? Why wouldn't we allocate that towards the revolving loan fund for 36 months or less instead of just sitting on the money or investing it into something in the meantime? Because it's going to take a while for us to identify these projects, to design them, to get the cost estimates. And so instead of just sitting on the $80 million, is
So
there
are
an
you talking about the
opportunity?
infrastructure?
Talking about the $80 million,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we have, the council had awarded a couple of the projects design build. So some of the projects are at 80% design, and pending this other infusion of cash, they'll be coming right back to you. So there are some projects that are going to be potentially before the end of this year in construction with this
How
funding.
much of the $80 million does that account for?
I would say perhaps 40.
Mhm. And so I guess just my question is the remainder that we don't have a project identified for, costed out, is there not an opportunity there for us to invest that in the meantime? Mayor?
Kelly is the brains behind this, but let me just
I know
kind
she
of give
is.
you a little greater overview of it. But yes. So we actually met on it yesterday, and there's some estimates. And two of the, when she talked about the bookend parking structures, one of them is going to be about 900 parking stalls that will be catty corner from Chichancy. Part of that money is going to be for the land acquisition of that property. We have now finalized the agreement with the Bakers to purchase that land, and we'll be bringing that item before you as well. We have gone back and forth on that for the last 6 months. We also have a parking structure that will be where parking lot 2 is, and that is over adjacent to CVS Pharmacy or in that area. That will be a parking stall over 600 stalls, and it will be utilized to support the 454 housing units that are being built by the Fresno Housing Authority. Half of those market rate, half of them are going to be affordable.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the projects, I know there's a concern as how many people will apply. I think the NOFA is written in a way, and certainly will be shared during the workshop, to accelerate housing. If a person doesn't have their plans ready, if they're not ready to go,
Yeah, we're the last ones in.
yeah.
But are we not putting the cart before the horse, so to speak, by giving out monies for housing when we're still having a hard time attracting projects because of the underground infrastructure and parking?
I think there's a common, I don't think it's a either or, quite frankly. I think it's a both. And that is, how can we do infrastructure with water mains, sewer mains, which will be done probably around November-ish or December on the southern part of Fulton. Then we'll move right into the northern part of Fulton. I think you get those things done. You get the street work done, the sidewalk work done, and then at the same time you're assisting business through gap financing or the housing developers so that they can be building their units or getting ready to build their units about the same time as our infrastructure projects are done. So I think it's a combination of good timing for that to occur. We also have some money that is being channeled into Chinatown for a number of reasons for sidewalks and streets. So I think what we need to do is not only because I just went over this with our team yesterday, but I think it'd be good to go over this proposed spending plan with each of the council members,
Yeah.
and as well as the workshop on the NOFA. So, and I don't know honestly how many people are going to apply for the NOFA. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess 5 different development projects.
I would recommend, I'll talk to you offline about this,
Sure.
but if we're getting a lot of requests through the NOFA process and we still have dollars left aside that haven't been allocated as part of that 80 million, to maybe even consider augmenting that 20% to 20% plus.
Sure.
If there's a high demand for that and we still haven't identified projects that are ready.
It's not a bad idea at all. And quite frankly, and one thing I didn't share with you is I had an opportunity to meet with Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire here a few weeks ago, and we were able to work out an additional $5 million that was awarded, put into the budget Tuesday. And so we'll be getting an additional $5 million to allow for the revolving loan fund for downtown.
That's great.
He's well aware of it, supported the idea, loved it. And so that would actually give us maybe $25 million to do that.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Maxwell and Mayor, just a reminder that when the state initially awarded the money a couple years ago, and it was we're going to give you, $250 million and, hurry up and get started spending. We spun off and we formed the Capital Projects Department, and we moved them into a new building, and that is in anticipation that the large majority of that money be funding capital projects. Because the staffing and the building is supported.
The overhead.
Yes, and all those people are being supported by these funds. So if there was any sort of major shift from moving from capital projects to, say, the revolving loan fund, we would have to go back and sort of rework the finances of that department.
That department's operating budget.
Oh my gosh. Denix, do you know off the top of your head, capital projects operating budget? Janessa, do you know?
And if we need to come back and finish, Council President's good. I could ask these questions offline.
Let's talk offline more.
Okay.
Okay,
Will
thank
do.
you, Janessa.
I'm good to go. Yep, second the motion on the table.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I don't have any other council members punched up. Any more discussion?
Just one point, City Manager, can you have staff confirm with me whether they're going to completely repave the streets that they've opened up, or whether they consider the pavement that they've done officially complete? Because they just repaved basically the holes that they dug, but it's really uneven. You've jacked up Van Ness and some of the streets, so I'm assuming they're going to repave the whole street, and I just leave it as is.
We'll confirm that with Public Works, but honestly, if we have any streets downtown that are not done in a very professional way and smooth, we'll redo the street.
All right, I'll send you some photos. So
Okay,
you can
appreciate it.
Thank you.
We need to
And part
confirm
of that,
those
by
aren't
the way,
PG&E.
Yes,
Okay.
part of that was PG&E on Fulton. That was,
Yeah, and I think Van Ness was us.
yes, and so we'll work it out, for sure.
Yeah, I almost filed the workman's comp claim on my bike trip on Van Ness, so.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, staff and council members. There's a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 7-0. We are going to break for lunch. We will return, council, at 1:30. Sound good? Yes, sir. 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to resume the council meeting at 1:35 p.m. We are on contested consent. We do have item 2K, and Council Vice President pulled that item, so you have the floor.
City Manager.
Oh, we're waiting for staff to come in.
Do you see Billy out there, Jennifer?
Let's do 2T. Is that okay, council member?
My questions are for the management, not for the fire department.
Okay, let me try and answer the question for you, and if I can't, we'll hold over until...
Why don't we just do 2T, Poverello House? We'll come back to that because they're here. So.
Is Phil Hill for...
Phil's not here yet.
Okay, well, there we go.
Okay.
Back to 2K.
Come on, you guys are up. Jennifer, can you get Phil? All right.
Cool. So just
Chief.
3 basic questions, maybe 4. One, City Manager, what's the total percentage salary increase that this MOU represents?
Okay, hold on. That's not the MOU. This is the fire code.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
MOU is 3A and 3B.
Fire code.
That'll come up.
Yes.
So this is a question more for the planning department on the fire code. I think we briefly had this discussion at the last council meeting as we adopt the new fire requirements for 2025. Is this the new building code reference that you mentioned at the last council meeting that by law we have to adopt the new building code requirements?
Yes, there are several items on the agenda this morning, including the update to the fire code and the building code that are related, as we said, I think it was either the last meeting or the prior meeting, that every 3 years we adopt the state code, yes.
Specifically fire, I've heard complaints from the businesses around the lack of available inspectors to complete the inspections required and leading to further delay in getting their occupancy and construction projects complete. Where are we at with that? I recall this council authorized the hiring of a record amount of fire inspectors, and I thought we had hired sufficiently to kind of stay on target with all these permits that we're seeking, that the businesses seek.
Yeah, so I actually think we've done a pretty good job moving things around to meet the business needs, but we are short in prevention. I think we've got 4 inspector vacancies, 5 inspector vacancies right now. We have 1 supervisor inspector vacancy. Justin Beal, who is a fire prevention engineer, is currently serving he's handling the fire marshal duties for me because I've got a deputy chief vacancy. So, I mean, we're short-staffed in the division, but I believe we're moving everything around meeting the demands of the public at this time.
So you're short-staffed from the perspective of having employees physically there because the positions are funded, correct?
They are funded. So yeah, I forgot. So we did a recruitment. I believe we had 100 and something applicants for our fire inspector position. I believe we've got interviews scheduled in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll fill a majority of those vacancies. I believe we're going to leave 2 vacant for.
And is that for preventive inspections?
They're for our annual inspection process, and then after a few years of their training, they move in to do new construction inspections.
Where are we at with new construction inspections? Are you guys behind schedule and getting all those inspected that have been scheduled?
Do you good on new construction? I'm going to let Justin talk to where exactly.
Come on up, Justin, to the
Come on up
microphone. You're the next contestant on Miguel Lottery.
Yes, I'm the one that gets all the complaints when fire reschedules inspections that people have been waiting months in the queue for, and are delaying their occupancy permits. So, are we experiencing delays on inspections for new construction?
As we stand here right now, there are inspections available within the next week. Generally speaking, they're within 2 weeks, that's been over the last month for sure. And we've been doing outreach to ensure that large projects amongst all of the council members' districts understand kind of what those constraints look like that the chief was just describing, and hopefully being able to plan and move the limited resources that we have right now to be able to accommodate those.
Council member, I think that there's one thing that you said that I want to correct you a bit. So yes, we've had some vacancies, which has driven a little bit longer for the ability to get an inspection. But let me tell you what a big problem is, because I get the calls too. And we're ready to go. I have to have this inspection, and they're telling me it's going to be 5 days. We move everything around. We get them in the next day. These guys show up, and they're not ready.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything that they were supposed to do. This happens over and over and over again.
It's a PG&E experience, right?
Yeah,
Everybody blames PG&E. PG&E shows up with other crews, and then the contractor didn't do all that he was supposed to do to.
Same thing happens with our traffic signal inspection. So just like I said, we have had vacancies and we do have room for improvement in this area. But it is when we start digging into some of the reasons why, or one of my personal favorites is when they want an inspection of maybe perhaps a 200-room hotel and have booked 2 hours. That's like a 2-day inspection. So anyway, I think there's a little bit of room for improvement to go all the way around, both on the customer side and certainly on our side.
Well, you probably know I have a 200-room hotel in downtown. And as I told the developers, I don't want to hear last minute that we can't get fire inspection to, get booked, because they're not ready as a construction site, and we're not ready with quote-unquote volunteer inspectors to fill the demand of such a big project. So,
yeah, and I hope you're receiving less complaints, because I think the one thing we've done really good is, normally it's the contractors calling in to schedule everything, so they're telling the developers one thing. We've done, I believe, a good job of bringing both to the table and communicating, and I hope that's limited phone calls that are coming to your
it has.
office. Yeah.
So we're at a record low compared to 2019 and 2020. So that's why I was hopeful that the hiring of more inspectors would have dealt with a lot of this, and it has. I just don't want to also be thoughtful of, I want us to be thoughtful of, I know we sometimes intentionally slow down hiring for cost savings. I don't want to do that around fire inspections, because they delay opening of businesses and revenue coming in to pay for those firefighters. So just my last question on the code, planning director, when the fire code changes, any project that has the permit pulled, at what point does a new code trigger?
So the state code is effective in January 1 of 2026.
So these code upgrades that we're adopting today would apply effective January?
Correct. However, we, buyer and building, start accepting new applications in mid-December for the switchover, because unless it's I'm swapping out my HVAC unit, it's not going to be a permit that will be completed before the end of the year.
So the example is the hotel downtown that's been under construction for probably 2 years. The new code wouldn't apply to them. We're not going to get a message in December saying you have to completely change all these.
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
And Council, you had asked for a list of all of the projects that are in review. We have that list, but we are now separating it out by council district. So just wanted to let you know that is coming your way.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any more discussion? I have no other council members punched up. Any opposition? There being none, it passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, next we do have 2T, and that was also pulled by Council Vice President.
Staff, director, deputy director, assistant city manager, manager, whichever the titles are. On this one, city manager, I received some communication from one of the vendors that responded to this RFP and the previous operator of this service. For the record, what criteria was utilized to conclude to reach the recommendation that you're proposing today?
Sure. Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department. Councilmember, the criteria as outlined in our NOFA included some eligibility requirements as it relates to experience in homeless services, FMCOC, so Fresno Madera Continuum of Care membership. They had to demonstrate that
Can you pause there? Well, why are we requiring membership into the FMOC? Since when did we make that decision that you must be a member of the homeless, cartel?
Yeah. The reason for that is because as a member of the COC, what that indicates is alignment of our homeless priorities as a community. And so the alternative would be a service provider that is not aligned with that, and that's not going to be ultimately a homeless service provider we're going to want to contract with.
So every provider that receives homeless funds in this city is a member of
That's correct. There are hundreds of members.
As a condition of their funding?
It's an eligibility requirement. It's one of the eligibility requirements.
Okay, so it's a requirement to receive funding. So we just, on this youth grant for homeless that we approved earlier today, are those vendors that are going to respond to the RFP also have to be members of the continuum of care?
It's not out of my shop, so
Different funding source.
But they're homeless service providers.
Um,
What I'm trying to understand is why are we requiring vendors for some homeless services why are we requiring vendors of homeless services to be members of the continuum of care? Like what's the rationale for that criteria versus you have experience providing the service, you have the ability to provide it, and you've submitted a cost that is probably lower than what everyone else
Yeah, I mean, again, Council Vice President, both state and federal sources, right? Typically, and again, I'm not as familiar with the Youth Job Corps.
Don't worry about that one. Let's just talk about this one.
State and federal sources, typically anything that comes through, our shop, they are all looking to our continuum of care to ensure that everyone who is ultimately a recipient of those dollars are in good standing with the COC, meaning that they align with the priorities of the continuum of care, which are always in alignment with HUD and with state guidelines.
Phil, that's a requirement. So the funding source that we're using for the shower trailers, is it a requirement of the funding source that those dollars are spent by groups that are in good standing with the COC?
What this does, City Manager, by us, the answer is no, not HAP, okay? But what this does, it's a vetting criteria for our staff when we are vetting vendors. And the reason we do that is because, again, in order to be a member in good standing, right, it ensures that you align with the policy directives of both state and federal government. And that's important for us that we don't end up, we make it an eligibility requirement.
So it's our own eligibility requirement.
So here's my concern. Yes, yeah, that's what I gathered. The last time representatives of this body met with the continuum of care, it was myself, Mayor Dyer, Member Bredderfield. That was the most toxic, confrontational meeting I've ever been part of in my tenure at City Hall. And I mean, it left with people banging the table and cursing each other out. And it was clear to me that we had complete lack of alignment and shared interests and expectations for performance and expectations for outcomes. And that they, as a group, believed that they dictated how cities spent their resources, that they dictated what policies we should be adhering to. And that's the last conversation or interaction we've ever discussed about whether we're in alignment with the continuum of care. So it worries me that we have now imposed a membership into that association when we've never publicly taken action to align ourselves with the continuum of care. Now, if it's a requirement of the funding source, I can appreciate that. But why are we volunteering that they must be members of this organization that we frankly don't agree with?
Yeah, Council Member, I mean, listen, I'm very open to this feedback. So if going forward, it is, the desire of this body, the administration, to remove that as an eligibility requirement, we can remove them. It is self-imposed.
I don't know if that's
the continuum of care has gotten better since that toxic meeting.
I was there at that meeting.
Yes, we were all there.
Sure.
And it was pretty uncomfortable, right? So I don't know if that's the destination. What I'm wrestling with, Director, is I don't want to end up in a place where a handful of providers make decisions to fund each other and to close other people off to funding opportunities while not holding each other to the outcomes of actually reducing homelessness. Sure. In my view, that's what the continuum of care has been for decades. They get hundreds of millions, they divide amongst themselves, their means are now Brown Acted, nobody knows that they exist, nobody knows what benchmarks they have, and yet here, we get screamed at every single day when we fund Paul Brallo versus Rescue Mission versus whomever. We get held to the expectation of number of beds, how successful have you been. We put these organizations to the ringer, they don't. And so that worries me. I don't want to be in a position to pick winners and losers when it comes to homeless funds. I want to have assurances that the process doesn't close off opportunity to competition, and that we allow 1 or 2 local vendors or 5 vendors, local or not, to dictate when the doors open for other providers to come in. I've seen this tension in the motel shelter business, right? The ones who are in Blackstone don't want others in Blackstone. The ones who are in Parkway don't want others in Parkway. I was here first. So just food for thought. I'm not going to be oppositional to this item. I just want you to consider, as you're putting criteria, don't have any faith in the continuum of care that they have the same level of scrutiny or accountability or performance benchmarks that we do. And I wouldn't want to disqualify vendors who are not members of that organization, whether they know it or they don't. So, and there's no judgment of the continuum.
Yeah.
I've seen it, that's why I playfully called it the cartel of homelessness, right? If you're part of it, you know what money's available, you fund each other, and you don't get the scrutiny that we get when we're making decisions on who becomes a provider. So those are all my concerns. Thank you, Director. Motion to approve.
I do have Councilmember Richardson punched up as well.
Quick question to the Council Vice President's points. I know that as a city, we can decide if we're going to terminate contracts or not renew them based on poor performance or dealings in bad faith or what have you. Does the continuum of care, when you mention members in good standing, when was the last time, to your knowledge, anyone fell out of good standing with the continuum of care?
Yeah, so I serve as a representative of the city of Fresno, as a board member of the Continuum of Care. I serve on the board of directors. And within the last 2 years, we did that. What was that for? The last 2 years, we removed a member.
A member.
Correct.
Okay.
Which was a provider or vendor or however they presented themselves?
They're individual members, they're organizational members, they're government members.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah. There is a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Council President, I'm sorry, last question. Are any of the services going to change from what historically have they been operated? Are we going to stop giving towels, supplies, anything that's dramatically different?
What is changing is that the services will be enhanced. So not less, more with this contract.
Appreciate it. I do have full confidence in Paul Brallo being able to do this work. I just want to make sure we're clear about what criteria we put in place.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will second that motion. Any more discussion? I don't see anyone punched up. Okay, there being none, there's a motion and a second. Thank you, Phil. Is there any opposition to the motion on the table?
Council President, for clarity, is this 2 Tango or 2 Papa?
The Tango.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, there being no opposition, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We are going to break for closed session, and we will come back because we do have general admin on the calendar. No, we're going to wait. We have to have a discussion in closed session. That's a good question. I do want to just state one thing I forgot to mention earlier. Earlier today, Councilmember Richardson made some comments, and I just wanted to say I've been thinking about that since you said it and talked about, especially the part where you said what happens on September 12th. I really appreciate you sharing how you feel. It was very powerful, and I've been thinking about that a lot. So thank you for, it's not easy to do that. Thank you for doing that, Councilmember, and sharing your experiences. Okay, let's break for closed session. If you would read the roster, please, and this is also for the special closed session as well.
Good afternoon. Today in closed session, we have item 5A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno versus Mei Chin Ching. Item 5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. For the special meeting, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus County of Fresno. There may be reportable items after closed session.
Thank you very much. We are going to go back to closed session, but we came out here to continue some of our open session business. Is there anything to report at this time?
None at this time, Council President.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on with general administration. The first item on the agenda is 3A. It's a resolution suspending the Labor Management Act for 15 days. This is subject to mayor's veto. The sponsors, the personnel department. I'm not requesting a staff presentation on this matter, but council.
Approve.
Okay. It's been moved by Council Vice President, seconded by Council Member Perea. Any council members have any comment? There being none, any opposition? I'm sorry. Public comment. Thank you. Is there any public comment at this time on item 3A? That is a resolution suspending the Labor Management Act for 15 days.
Council President, before you vote, I just did want to make a comment.
Yeah, I was going to make one as well. It might be the same comment I'm going to make about the action we're taking today. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure it's clear that this is, the intent was this is the last time we're coming back to amend the Labor Management Act. This will only take us through the end of the month.
Yep.
And moving forward, we'll have to abide by the provisions of the
Yes,
Labor Management Act.
I think the council agrees with you wholeheartedly moving forward. This is the last time we're going to do this. So thank you, City Manager, for stating that. Any further discussion on this matter? 3A. Motion by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, it unanimously passes 7-0. Thank you very much. 3B. We have 3B and 3C coming forward. Can we approve these in unison? Okay, separately. Thank you. So 3B is going to be an MOU with the City of Fresno and the IA, the International Association of Firefighters, Local 202 Non-Management, Unit 5. Any comments from staff?
I just want to thank the team in Personnel Services, Samit, Tony, for all of their hard work. One more unit coming forward, so we'll keep trudging forward, but thank you guys. I know it's been a lot of work.
Okay. Any council members wishing to comment on this item?
Council President, I have 3 questions.
Sure. You have the floor, sir.
City Manager, what is the total percentage of salary increase that we're providing under this contract?
Good afternoon, Council. It's me, Director of Personnel. So the year 1 guaranteed wages are a 3% increase. Year 2 is a guaranteed 1%. In year 1, there's a contingent 1% salary increase as well. And then in year 2, there's a 1% change of certificate pay.
What's the total value of the proposed contract?
The total value to the general fund is going to be $3,135,259 plus the contingent money, which brings up to $3,807,216.
What's the highest pay bracket based on this agreement?
I'll just answer the top step for captain. Effective 9/8 will be on an annual basis, $140,880.
And that's prior to overtime compensation?
Correct.
Thank you. My last question, how competitive are we in this agreement with neighboring jurisdictions? Are our folks underpaid in the marketplace or above the marketplace?
Yeah, specifically for this MOU, we did not do a class and comp study, but I believe we're competitive.
Thank you.
Well, I will add that we just did a recruitment and for vacancies, and we had several hundred applicants and very well-qualified candidates. So I would argue that we're probably pretty decent. We're probably competitive.
All right, just want to make sure that's clear for the record that we compensate our unit in this group pretty well, and it's all funded by the general fund, correct? Thank you.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Council Member Maxwell, seconded by Council Member Perea. Just some brief comments. Just now that we're out in public and having been able to view things regarding this personnel matter, I do appreciate the work of the administration. I really do appreciate the work of Local 202. I feel like it seems clear they were very fair negotiations, coming to very fair terms. It is fitting that today is the anniversary of 9/11, and we can make all kinds of jokes about law enforcement and fire and idle time, but the reality is things can get very critical very fast, and the heroism of firefighters in general, protecting life and property, we have seen the cost of that, not just the 343 that were lost 24 years ago, but the ones that we have had injured on duty here in our city. And we do thank you for being very sensitive of our budget and making this a very easy process. And like the city manager said, it's a big deal to have these negotiations concluded. And I think the council is very appreciative of the hard work of our firefighters. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Any opposition? I'm sorry, public comment. Thank you, Todd. Public comment on this item. This is just for 3B alone. Thank you very much, Todd. Any public comment on 3B? There being none, we're going to come back to the council. There was a motion by Councilmember Maxwell, a second by Councilmember Perea. And any opposition? There being none, the motion does pass unanimously. Thank you very much. 3C, I'm going to make a note so I don't forget public comment on that one. This is also a memorandum of understanding between City of Fresno and International Association of Firefighters, Local 202, Management Unit 10. Any other comments by the administration on this one? Okay. Do any council members have any comments on 3C?
Council President, same 3 questions for management.
Okay.
For the administration, I mean.
I'll try to remember them in order. So the impact to the general fund for the 2-year deal is going to be $326,817, along with the contingent money for the total contract value. The contingent money is about $68,000. It's a 3% salary year 1, contingent 1%. Year 2 is a 1% salary increase, and then a 1% certificate pay change as well. Effective 9/8, the highest individual in this bargaining unit is a deputy chief, and they're at $228,156 on an annual basis.
Do deputy chiefs get overtime?
Deputy chiefs do not get overtime.
So it's just, that's a maximum salary?
Correct.
Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Great. Okay. Any other council members? I don't see anyone punched up. We have, of course, the president of Local 202 here. Before we go to public comment and take a vote, did you want to say anything? You don't have to. Yep.
Good afternoon, Council. Dean Sanders, President of Local 202.
Oh, you're also required to say which council member you like best.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
That's a tough one.
I'm kidding, Dean.
I would just like to, or the mayor, huh? I would like to just echo City Manager White's comments. I appreciate working with Samit and his team. It was a lot of work. Thank all my negotiators on my side. Thank all the negotiators on the city side. And thank the council members, City Manager White, Mayor Dyer, just for all the hard work. It's been probably 3-4 months in the making, and I'm glad it's getting concluded. I'm glad we're done.
Thanks for your service.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Council President Dean, if I may, I just want to say thank you to you and FPOA. As the 2 largest labor groups, you guys have settled with us in a really quick and honorable timeline. And I appreciate that because that allows us to focus on the rest of the labor groups. But I do hope that you guys' example is utilized with the rest of the labor groups. So you've been easy to work with, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Okay, great. Okay, any other comment by the council before we go to public comment? Okay, at this time, item 3C, we are going to public comment. Anyone in the public wishing to comment on 3C, this is your time to do so. I do not see anyone coming forward. Oh, Samit, was your hand raised? Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. Okay, I'm going to close public comment for 3C because nobody did come forward at this time. Back to the council. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? It's motion moved by Councilmember Richardson, seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition to item 3C? There being none, that item does pass unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much and good work, everyone. Okay. Moving on with the agenda, we still do have a few closed session items, so we're going to break back for closed session. We may have an announcement afterwards, potentially. Okay, so if we do, we will return. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for all your work. Thank you.
City Clerk, we have action to report out. City Attorney, please proceed with the... All right. City Clerk, it is officially 3 in the afternoon with 42 minutes, and the council has taken action in closed session that requires we report out. City Attorney, please report out the action.
Yes, Council Vice President. As to special meeting item A, the Fresno City Council has directed the City Attorney to prepare litigation by a vote of 3-1, with Council members Arias, Richardson, and Vang voting in the affirmative, Council member Perea voting nay, members absent, Council members Esparza, Council member Maxwell, and Council President Carbasi. The action authorized is a filing of an unfair bargaining claim to an unnamed defendant before the Public Employment Relations Board. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.1, the defendant will be announced if an action is formally commenced.
Thank you to the City Attorney. That concludes our council meeting for the day at 3:43 in the afternoon.